Hello? Hello? Hello?
हेलो.
Yes,
हाँ.
this
ऑडिबल
is.
सर. मेरा आवाज आ रहा है सर?
Yes.
ओके सर.
Hello?
हाँ सर.
Yes. Can I turn on this one, my speaker, so at least I can hear what's happening in the meeting? I'm not, I don't, I'm not able to listen anything here for some reason.
हाँ, दिया है मैम। मैम वो आईएएस कोलाब्रेशन में किया है मैम।
ऐसे ना काटने दो तो ऐसे नहीं उतरो अब आज पूछो बात कोई कैसे सामान ले हाँ हम लोग ग्राउंड फ्लोर हम लोग ग्राउंड फ्लोर चाबी के देवन की सन में है चाबी से તમે કેશો તમારી જૂની કે વાઈફાઈ લેવાનો ઓટોમેટિક આવી ગયું છે તો હાલ કે તમે કોલ કરતે તો હા
हेलो हेलो, क्यों नॉट वन में लगेज लेने के पिक किए हुए थे? Yes, Rashmi.
Good morning. On this beautiful morning, I, Dr. Vinati Sharma, is pleased to welcome each and every one of you to the brainstorming seminar on IPS, GCP, E6, NDCP 2019 updates, regulatory insights, and practical applications in collaboration with ISCR, Indian Society of Clinical Research. Before we get started, let me throw some light on the purpose of this workshop. Good clinical practice is an international, ethical, and scientific quality standard for the design, conduct, performance, monitoring, auditing, recording, analysis, and reporting of clinical trials to safeguard the rights, dignity, and confidentiality of participants in such trials. This training session workshop brings to you an understanding of the origins of ICH GCP guidelines and regulatory insights and its practical application in research and clinical trials that provide assurance that data and reported results are credible and accurate, the rights, integrity, and confidentiality of trial subjects are protected. So it's my privilege to invite our respected Director Research, Dr. Neeraj Pandit sir, for an inaugural address on IPA GCP guidelines, regulatory insight, and practical application in collaboration with IPA.
Okay. Good morning. I welcome you all for this ICF GCP workshop. Previously, we were calling simple ICF GCP. Now, this name, we are usually adding word E6, NDCP rule, something. So, making more and more complex, but we need to learn. This is very important workshop, and we are doing in collaboration with Indian Society for Clinical Research. I welcome all the guests here. They will gradually take a one-by-one session on this ICHCP. See, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, you all basically knowing about our institute, but as guests are here, I like to throw a small light on this Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, what we are doing here. We have village hospitals, almost more than 1,300 beds. We are doing many clinical trials since almost, I can say, I joined this institute in 2009. Since 2009, we are doing this clinical trial. So, almost 17 years for we Ini para Pero jalan nih. मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस ऐड कर दो आपको आता है ऐसे बोलती क्या बात कर रही हो
practice. Yes. Hello, can anybody please unmute the speaker's voice as we are unable to hear anything? Only screen is shared as speaker is on mute.
Online folks, can you hear us now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I'll continue to speak from your then in that case, so that our online folks are able to hear us. Just a quick recap for you guys online. I think you saw it on the slides. So we discussed what ICH is and where GCP comes from. And we have our one, this is the first version of the guideline in 1996, followed by second in 2016. And now we are talking about the R3 division, which is in 2020. Okay. So here we will, what are the notable updates? So my question to the online folks as well as people who are offline, any one of you have you been exposed to the R2 guidance? Have you heard of GCP before? How many of you have done that? By a raise of hand. Okay, great. So there are some updates from R2 to R3, which I will highlight in the next couple of slides. So for people who are aware of ICH GCP already, you will be able to identify the changes. And for people who are hearing it for the first time, R3 is anyways in totality for you to understand. So when the first guidance R1 was given, the purpose of the guideline was to establish the roles and responsibilities of all stakeholders, investigators, sponsors, and anyone else involved. The first version also started to address requirements for monitoring, reporting, archival of trial documents, and also included guidance on essential documents. Fast forward to 2016, that is when the amendment was generated, more to strengthen the for the use and management of electronic records. Right. Now, why was there a need of R2 to R3? So if we check, there was a lot of stakeholder feedback over the past decade, including the clinical trials, transformative initiative survey articles, and open letters which mentioned that we need an update to the current R2 version of the GCP. R2 appeared to be outdated, especially when the change in the different kind of trial designs coming into the picture. There were academic concerns where the trial did not really need the entire GCP elements to be implemented. And so R2's one size fits all was looked at a very restrictive approach. Considering the learnings from the pandemic, especially, we realized that applying GCP in its current version was becoming slightly difficult. And so growing complexity, emerging technologies, it was realized we need a flexible guidance. We need more transparency in the way trials are conducted. And that's where R2, R2, R3 happened. So what are the key divisions? As I mentioned, R1 was establishing the guidance, R2 is when electronic data capture was used, and R3, the current version, is where the principle of quality by design is introduced and this is the foundational principle within the active design. R3 version emphasizes application of critical thinking and it is promoting a risk-based proportionate approach. And here is all of this indication coming from. So what are the key concepts under the RTA division? If you have to understand, these are the ones right now on the screen. The entire R3 division is built on the concepts of quality by design, quality management, making your clinical trial and processes fit for purpose, identifying the critical to quality factor, and hence having a proportionate approach to managing those risks. Now, all this looks very theoretical. Each of them has been elaborated in various sections of the guidance, and I will show you how. But all in all, the R3 version of GCP mandates or kind of highly recommends that there is a quality by design approach to your trials. There should be a very robust quality management done by all the stakeholders for the respective processes. And everything within the clinical trial conduct should be fit for purpose, which means if you're writing your protocols, they have to be fit for purpose. The data that you are collecting has to be fit for purpose for the objective of the trial. The computerized systems that you are using should be fit for purpose. The fit for purpose term comes almost 14 times in this guidance, and that in itself shows that it needs to be integrated in various contexts of the clinical trial activity. So main overviews quickly, if you have to see, there is a structural change from the GDPR to R. It has a more flexible approach. The scope has been clearer. The language is now to facilitate innovations in trial design. There is a level focus on quality by design and this is proportionate approach. As I mentioned, it encourages a fit for purpose approach. It promotes transparency now and also strengthens to use a more clear, participant-friendly language for the purpose of consent. So let's look at the ICH R3 division now. Within its introduction, there is nothing new. The guidance continues to be the single international ethical, scientific, and quality standard for the conduct of trials involving human participants. Ensuring that we follow GCP ensures that we are conducting the trial in alliance or in alignment with the principles that have their origin in the Declaration of Helsinki, which means there are two major pillars of GCP that continues to be emphasized. The right, safety, and well-being of trial participants and the reliability of data. And if you are new to this world of clinical research and GCP, you will continue to hear these two terminologies again and again because that is the basis of the GCP. The right, safety, and well-being of trial participants should always be protected, and the data that we are generating from any clinical trial should be reliable and credible. So a slight wordsmithing in the definition has happened from R2 to R3. The purpose is to have more I would say more open terms or more generic terminologies aligned to the current scenario, like from design, conduct, performance, it has changed to planning, initiative, performing, so on and so forth. But while maintaining the focus on the two pillars that we just discussed. The R3 categorically states that GCP should be applied to all interventional clinical trials that are used for the marketing authorization of a product. So that is compulsory. The GCP also gives you an option to apply the guidance for other international trials, irrespective of whether they are used for marketing authorization or not, in line with the local regulatory requirements. The more important note in the change of scope is that the guideline now encourages a risk-based and proportionate approach to the conduct of the clinical trial. So, two was more of a one-size-fits-all. You had to do X, Y, Z things for all clinical trials. The R3 now gives you provision to adapt your approach depending on the criticality of the data or the design of the study. And that's where this becomes more flexible and more proportional. Before we jump onto the structure of E3, it is important to R3. It is important for you to understand that ICH E6 is not a guidance that you have to learn or you have to read in isolation. You need to read it alongside a lot of other efficacy guidelines that ICH gives. A couple of them are on the slide. And all these guidelines are referred within the E6 also during its description. The most important definitely is the E8 R1 division, which is general considerations for clinical trial. Now let's go and understand how the R3 looks. So this is your guideline in a diagrammatic format. The R3 structure is focused on the principles of GCP. 11 foundational principles now form the base of the ICH GCP R3 version. The guideline has two annexes, Annex 1 and Annex 2. Annex 1 deals with considerations for international clinical trial, wherein it gives section-wise details for IIT. And for implementation, but when it will be coming to practice, it will give you additional guidance for the stakeholders, especially for trials that have alternative designs that the research has elements, pragmatic elements, or the real world data. So if you see now, the GCP now encompasses this alternative study designs also, and not just the classic international track. The R3 structure now also has specified the investigators brochure, protocol and its amendment, and the essential records as three standalone appendix. The glossary now sits at the end of the document. Any questions so far? If there are any queries from the online attendees, please feel free to unmute yourself and pause. All right. So, all in all, if you have seen a GCP guidance before, this is the change that you want to know. There is essentially no change from the DOC per se, but it is more of a reorganizing in the R3 version. So the principles, Annex 1 and the appendices together replace the R2 version which was earlier. Plus, there is an additional Annex 2, which will, when we come into implementation, it will give us idea for other kind of study. Now let's quickly look at glossary before I go to principles, because it's important for you to know where to look for if you are beginning to find out a particular detail. The entire glossary list has been taken from our Shanti, but there are some revisions and additions. So new terms like essence, computerized system validation, data acquisition tool, data integrity, metadata has now been introduced into the R3 division. Reference safety information has been added, which is important from the investigative side point of view. Service provider, initially called CROs or other members, are now defined under one term, which is called service provider. Any entity, organization, or individual that are doing activities which are dedicated or subcontracted from the sponsor, they will fall under the service provider definition. And signature details have also been updated to include electronic records. The adverse event and adverse drug reaction section of the glossary has been revised to elaborately include all the definitions for AE, SAs, ADRs, and so on. Essential documents that we knew at the site before, they are now replaced by essential records. So that it can also include electronic records. investigator site, source records, sponsor are all also updated in terms of their definition. Of importance for you to note today is specifically the term called trial participant. Initially, we used to use a lot of getting terms like subject, patient, volunteer, licensed E6R3 now clarifies to use a term trial participant as a more generic media friendly term. So moving forward, this is one change that we will need to include in our operational activity. All right, so that brings me to the principles of ICHGCP to begin with. R3 now gives 11 principles. These 11 principles form a flexible framework. They are in a position to be applied across all clinical trial types and settings. It provides guidance throughout the life cycle of the clinical trial, and the principles are built in such a manner now that they would remain relevant for the coming times as the technology and methodology for clinical trials change. The principles obviously are interdependent and should be considered in totality, and a multidisciplinary approach would be required. So let's look at what are the 11 principles of ICH. I've given you a comparison from R2 to R3, and there's a color out there. So essentially, there are no principles that are removed from R2, but they are merged and reorganized within the R3 structure across 9 principles. And there are 2 new principles added to R3, risk proportionality and rules of responsibility. Each of these principles in R3 is supported by sub-bullets which explain how the principle should be interpreted as well as accomplished. So let's look at the first one. The first pillar of GCP, if you remember, it is always about right, safety, and well-being of the participants, and that's what the first principle deals with. It says clinical trials should be conducted in accordance with the ethical principles that have their origin in the Declaration of Helsinki and are consistent with GCP. Trials should be designed and conducted in a way that ensure the right safety and well-being of participants are protected. This is actually an overarching principle and covers entire elements of the guideline. Under the principle, they have clarified to mention that the safety, right, and well-being of participants should prevail above everything else, about the benefit of science, about the interest of the society. If there are any new information available that should be reviewed, the safety of the participant should be reviewed in a timely manner, especially when there is new information. If there are any risks or inconveniences already known with the IB, we should evaluate whether it is really benefiting. So is the risk benefit ratio of a particular drug under investigation positive for use in human parts. This principle elaborates that the scientific goal and the purpose of the study should be carefully considered, not to unnecessarily exclude particular participant population, which means your protocol inclusion-exclusion criteria should be as aligned to the purpose of the drug when it gets targeted. So that is what is the essence of this particular point. A medical oversight is necessary, so always a qualified physician or if appropriate, a qualified dentist, a couple of your here would be required for the medical oversight. Last but not the least, under the ethical principle, it is important that the confidential information of the participants is always protected. Is there a question? Can you please type in the chat box if that was the question I'm not sure you. Okay, I will take that as a no, but next time maybe you can feel free to unmute and raise your hand or let me know. All right. So that's the first principle. Moving on to the next one, freely given informed consent. Principle 2 mentions that informed consent is an integral feature of ethical conduct for a trial. Trial participation should be voluntary and it should be based on a very well-informed process. Now, this principle is elaborated in Annex 1, Section 2.8 under the Investigator section, informed consent for trial participants, and Section 2810 gives you what kind of elements or information should be covered in an informed consent form. All in all, the principle emphasizes on freely given informed consent, and it also now includes the mention of an assent for a minor with a appropriate language. It mentions that the information provided, especially to the participant through the informed consent process, should be clear and concise. Principle 2 now allows for the introduction of electronic consent and technology for the consent process wherever appropriate. And in case of emergency situation where a consent is not possible to be taken, the guideline says that you should take it from the LAR or from the participant as soon as possible. Principle 3 is about IRB EC review. So Institutional Review Board, Independent Ethics Committee should always be reviewing your clinical trial conduct and provide a favorable opinion. Plus, they should also periodically review the trial conduct in accordance with the applicable regulatory. This principle has been extensively elaborated in the Annex 2, Section 1 on IRB and EC, and the next sessions would address this in detail. Principle 4 is about the science. It says clinical trials should be scientifically sound for their intended purpose and based on adequate and current scientific knowledge and approaches. The principle has been elaborated in section 311 under the sponsor's responsibility and trial design. The appendix A, which is the investigation also supports.
उसमें चेक किया उसमें सिर्फ एक जगह पर ऐसा पूछा है कि आपके पास एंटीबायोटिक प्रॉपर्टी है यस ठीक करना बाकी कोई फॉर्म हो
Okay. So Appendix A, investigators brochure, and Appendix B, the clinical trial protocol, will give you the elements that kind of help you accomplish this principle. All in all, it is necessary that the non-clinical and clinical information available on an investigational product is good enough to support a proposed clinical trial. And it should also reflect the current knowledge and experience with the investigational product. And if there are any changes in the information, there should be a periodic review so that you can go back and evaluate whether it is safe and ethical to conduct a clinical trial or not. So all in all, this principle emphasizes on the trial conduct to be more current and appropriate in its knowledge for the IP use. The fifth principle is qualified individuals, which is something that concerns all of us. Trials should be designed and conducted by qualified individuals. It means individuals from different expertise and training should be involved at various phases of the trial conduct, and they might be doing activities for which they should be qualified by education, training, and experience. So whether it is a CRC, whether it is a lab scientist, whether it's an investigator, whether it's a biostatistician, they should be qualified for the respective role in the trial conduct. The sixth principle is quality, something which is inbuilt throughout the RT division, as I mentioned. Quality by design is an essential foundational concept within the RT division. Quality should be built in the scientific and operational design and the conduct of science. This has been elaborated in sections on quality management and quality assurance and control in the guidance. What is important to know when you say QPD is the trial is fit for purpose and the critical to quality factors are addressed. What does this really mean? And how do we say the trial is fit for purpose? The trial will be fit for purpose if it is meeting its objective, if it is providing confidence in the trial results, and if it supports good decision making, all while protecting the participants' rights, safety, and health. So it is important that sponsors as well as investigators prospectively and not retrospectively as the leader prospectively identify critical to quality factors in a particular trial and focus on controlling the risk to them. But this principle emphasizes that quality for the purpose of guideline is fitness for purpose. Factors critical to quality should be identified prospectively during the trial design, during the trial conduct, and not retrospectively after the damage is done. There should be strategies in place where serious non-compliance can be avoided. Principle 7. Now, this is a new principle that has been added to RT. This is proportionality. Again, this has been mentioned throughout the RT guidance and more importantly in the quality management, quality assurance, and quality control sections. The principle states that clinical trial processes, measures, and approaches should be implemented in a way that is proportionate to the risk to the participants, risk to the trial. So the proportionality has to be aligned with the objective of the trial. Greater the risk in a particular study, greater attention needs to be given to those attributes. And all of this should occur proactively during your trial design, during your trial conduct. So all in all, it says trial processes should proportionate to the risk inherent for a trial and focus on risk that is impacting the trial participants or participation. Risk factors should be managed proactively and the trial processes should be operationally feasible and unnecessary complexity should be avoided. So the GCP R3 specifically, if you see it, allows the sponsor, it in fact mentioned that the sponsor should not place unnecessary burden on participants and investigators. A simple example of this is we tend to collect a lot of data points during any clinical trial just because we are doing the study, so let's collect this data also. This is where this principle will come into picture, ensuring if a data point is not relevant to your trial design or objective, you did not collect it. It avoids the unnecessary burden on the participants, first of all, to give you that data, on the investigator to collect that data, and on the sponsor to manage that data point or till archive. Right? So a proportionate approach is required. Principle 8 says trial should always be described in a clear, concise, scientifically sound, and operationally feasible protocol. This is exclusively dealt with in the clinical trial protocol appendix B and also under section 3.1 trial design for the sponsors show. All in all, there should always be a well-designed protocol and the scientific objectives of any trial should be clearly documented. Other documents that support your trial protocol, like your statistical plan, your monitoring plan, should also be clear, concise, and operationally feasible. Principle 9. Principle 9 is a short principal statement. It says clinical trials should generate reliable results. Now, while this appears to be a very short statement, generating reliable results is a very complex task. Right? This has been elaborated in Annex 1 under Section 212 for records and 361 for data records. If you remember, I earlier mentioned R3 now has an exclusive Section 4 on data governance, and that is where this principle is directly elaborated. All in all, it mentions that the quality and amount of the information that the trial generates is fit for purpose. The system and the processes that manage your data should be fit for purpose. Computerized systems, again, should be fit for purpose. There should be processes that respect the record integrity and traceability. Essential records should be stored securely. And this principle emphasizes on the transparency element from the R3 revision now. It states that the trial should be registered timely in any public registry, and there should also be posting of clinical trial results. So if some of you have heard of plain language summary or public postings of clinical trials, this is where GCP element is where it is coming from. So moving forward, it will become more and more important and mandatory for the sponsors to not just register their studies, but also put their trial results out in the public domain. And the guideline also says that the sponsor should consider to share the trial results with the participants also. And doing so, you should make sure that it's non-promotional in language. The 10th is about roles and responsibilities. Roles and responsibilities in a clinical trial should be clear and documented appropriately. This has been elaborated in respective and sponsor section, and I'm sure my colleagues would touch on the investigator's responsibility. But the crux of this principle is that while the sponsor outsources or transfers or the investigator delegates, the sponsor and the investigator will continue to have the ultimate responsibility for the trial conduct. If you are transferring or delegating, it should be clearly communicated in terms of agreement. So moving forward, the service providers will also have to have a written agreement to what tasks they are doing, but still the sponsor and investigator will have the ultimate responsibility. And so it is important that sponsor and investigator maintain appropriate oversight for the activity. And last but not the least is about the investigational product per se. An exclusive section on IP management mentions about this. All in all, it is important that the investigational product used in any clinical trial is manufactured as per the good manufacturing practices. It should be of good quality when it is supplied to trial participants, used in accordance with the protocol and the IP, and it should be as per the appropriate processes documented for the trial as well as labeled as per the regulatory requirements. So these are all in all the 11 principles that you can take a quick snapshot of and remember. But in general, these 11 principles moving forward are the foundational elements of how GCP can be applied to our trial conduct. In summary, before I now pass on to the next session for you to deep dive onto IRB and investigators, the argument is smarter, not harder. It has a flexible, risk-based approach. It gives more, it has started putting patient first, so focuses on participants' rights and experiences, and it is embedded with the digital link with adaptation to modern framework for technology. All along with the changes that we discussed, the provisions all look more future-proof or future-ready, avoiding unnecessary burden on any stakeholder. And it is important that you read this guideline in conjunction with. So that's a quick snapshot of the update and the principles of GCP. Did you get some of it? Yes, no? Yes. All right, so let's see if you got it right. Can you answer this for me? The online folks can, oops. Okay, the two things, if you are on your GCP, you have to carry home two pillars, right? Safety and well-being of participants. We have to get hearing this all our life in the clinical trial domain and the reliability of data. Next one. Trial participants, excellent. That's one take home today. So moving forward, we want to use this more respectful and media neutral term for our trial participants. That's some reading material. You can go back if you think where I can refer all this. This is where you'll get everything on the open source. The ICH.org's website remains full to its activity and the training material as well. On that note, I will thank all of you for your kind attention and I will hand it over to the organizers for the next one. Any questions, meanwhile, we have it. Thank you.
Is ICH RD acceptable to all countries, including China?
So ICH in general is our guidelines is one thing all of us need to take home. It is not a law of the land. So for India also, while we follow ICH, E6 later on Ankit will speak and he will mention that it gets overwritten by the law of the land, which is NDCT. Similarly, ICH is or can be followed by all the regulators. That is a suggestion or recommendation. ICH will not mandate you to follow these things. So while China will or will not or may be following, they have their local regulation which overrides. And so the Chinese guidelines are followed for the trial conduct. So you hear.
Recent news that was that legal trials in China.
Yes, sir.
Legal trials in China are expedited. But yesterday I found out that all trials are according to ICH RQ. They are not promoting any drugs expedited which are outside the essential list of RQ. That is very good. And they say that within 47 days, they get the approval of the. And the most important thing is, even the investigation product, investigation product, is very unknown. It is the top priority of expedited approval. But and the innovative new products are not counted as but basic question and environmental concern. If digital trial public is not scientifically sound, can it be blocked in admission?
I would say yes. Because if whether it is GCP, ICH GCP or even NDCT rules, all of that mandate the trial design or the trial person to be scientifically sound. And that's precisely the role of IRB. Then I'm sure Devani would like to elaborate on that. But in a nutshell, if something is not scientifically sound, if something is not safe for the participants, it is not just about ethically can or not ethically should stop such kind of
Talk is previous your passage and they need to be that they are very careful. To see the best proper protocol to come to us. In single stage, no scientific person dies for the and disease, pharmacological disease, pathological or medical disease of this particular cell.
Rationality of the
That's why just and all the members who are able to part of the opinions that we should force that our language should be such that we are putting competitor trial participant, but the reputation of our industry and generation next to the
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think all of us will only agree with you on that. No doubt. Yes, sir.
top of Persian of smart study having English mediums for their family. They are truly the writing is not clear. But what is quality? What is the molecular biology of the disease they are studying? And how will that affect? Because once we know, and once we can assure generation next, perplexity can be especially perplexity in the Indian AI. That find out whether the molecular basis of the particular in IB investigation product is correct or not. And how will you find that it will affect if you have side effect or kidney, heart or legs? There also complexity. Give you all the data with reference to your whole brain also actually qualified. Right, we to you that this thing is with internet use level.
Absolutely. No, sir, I think all of us.
China is making lot of money because today, India data, you know, whatever my guy call it. That pharmaceutical drug market is as lucrative as the tourism industry.
Agree, sir, agree. And we cannot emphasize it enough on your behalf also. We definitely agree to it in the SMC. Great. Any more questions?
This one for I just want to add is that as you mentioned regarding I say GCB 6R3 and so China want to add as per the E6R3, but there is their local regulations like us in India we have MDCB. There in China they have local regulations, so accordingly they have mentioned their upward timelines. So actually they are more ahead of us. We are also reducing our timeline from 3 to 4 months, even 6 to 6 months, 1 year. Now we have reduced our approval timeline is from 3 months. There is 90 calendar days. But actually it is happening 90 working days. So there we have also reduced. Now our proposal, we are just planning actually in any city road. They are also in under upgradation, and we are also planning to reduce it around 25 to 60 days. There is clinical trial approval. So there is as per local regulations. My question is the wheel always flows from the top. Yes, correct. Yes. But sir, all old brains were lowered CDHU. They have to know that they have a performance such a way that no non-scientific treatment for things.
Okay, if no more questions, I thank you all for your attention and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day ahead with us. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now I call upon Dr. Sunita Nambiar, ma'am, to present certificate and memento to Dr. Thank you, ma'am. All the participants can have the refreshment and the next session will start in 15 minutes.
हाँ तो आप कॉपी कर लो ना, वेलकम स्क्रीन तो आ गया। તમે જાઓ। हेलो हेलो हेलो। मैम वो वहां पे जूम पे चेक कराओ ना, किसी का आवाज आ रहा है कि नहीं, वो चेक करो कंप्यूटर। હા મારા આવી ગયો છે, હું જોઈ લઉં છું મેલ।
हाँ सर आप करें।
ડ્રાઈવમાં કર્યું છે મેડમ, કદાચ હવે આની કદાચ ખાલી બધી ડિસ્કનેક્ટ થઈ કોપી કરી લઈએ સર। બરાબર। ના ના એ તમારું એક એવું થાય ને એટલે તમે જાતે ડિલીટ કરો। ના તમારે તમે ડિલીટ કરી દેશો। ના 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 એ તો કશો વાંધો નહીં મેડમ, એ તો બધાને ત્યાં આગળ હોય જ છે। હજુ આવ્યો નથી મેડમ। હા ત્યાં આગળથી મોકલો ને। અહીંયા અહીંયા વિન્ડો પાસે જતા રહો, આ વિન્ડો ખુલ્લું છે। मैडम आप वहां पे चेक करवा लो ना किसी से। हाँ हाँ हाँ।
अभी बोलो, आई कैन हियर यू।
मैम मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? हेलो।
हाँ नाउ आई कैन हियर यू।
आ रहा है ना अभी?
अभी अच्छे से आ रहा है। हाँ
ठीक है, मैंने वो सब माइक वाइक सब निकाल लिया है मैम।
ठीक है ठीक है।
ओके अभी कंप्लीट आ रहा है ना, सामने वाले को
हाँ
दिखा सुनाई
यस,
देगा?
नहीं नहीं अभी ठीक आ रहा है, करेक्ट। यस
ओके ठीक है मैम।
थैंक यू।
कौन सा? वो मैडम का ना, वो नहीं किया मैंने। डॉक्टर हेतल का है ना? तो वो
well qualified and experienced to take up those duties on behalf of investigator. Though investigator is accountable and responsible, whenever something is being delegated to site team, say for example, if we have CRAs in this particular online or offline face-to-face audience, as a CRA, if something is being delegated to you, as a site CRC, something is delegated to you, you are accountable and responsible for carry out your role. However, investigator is responsible for the regulatories to provide all the credibility and the data whenever it is required. If I take this forward, that communication with IRB IEC is again another responsibility of investigator to comply with and adherence to the protocol and relevant guidelines. Whenever if any premature termination or suspension of a trial is required, investigator is required to communicate the same. Investigator can even take this decision also. And if this decision is being taken by ethics committee or the sponsors, then it is investigator's responsibility to communicate it with the other stakeholders as well as to the regulatory authorities. Investigator also has to make sure that the participant, as now the term has been revised as trial participants, receives a good medical care and overall responsible for the safety reporting of all the trial participants. Informed consent, as I'm sure in the morning session you heard Dr. Hetal, that informed consent is not just a document. She used a particular word as a process in her slide. Informed consent is a process because in the medical writing field, she herself writes protocol and informed consents. Informed consent writing very scientifically, then explaining in a vernacular language and simple terminology to the trial participants or LAR, as well as getting the consent. So this whole is a process, preparation of informed consent, get it reviewed and approved from IEC, then present it to the trial participants, explain to trial participants or LAR, and getting their consent. This whole activities, a lot of activities are known as informed consent process. But yes, investigator is responsible for the carry out the informed consent process at trial site. Investigator is also responsible for IMP management, investigational medicinal product management, accountability, storage, dispensing, then the retention, what is the quantities left out, and then ultimately either it can be retained to the trial site depending on the applicable regulatory requirement, or the IPs after few years it can be destructed as well. That all depending on the guideline, but overall responsibilities definitely lies with the investigator. Of course, this procedure covers randomization, blinding, unblinding. Records and reports keeping is again one of the crucial responsibility of investigator. Whosoever is documenting anything in the trial site, it has to be as per good documentation practice. How many of you have heard ALCOA principle? Just raise your hand if you have heard. Okay, thank you. So ALCOA principle itself defines, and there is also ALCOA plus. I'm sure if you have read it, you are already aware about it. So ALCOA, I will take you through in one of my slides. ALCOA, CCEA, and now traceable is added. Entire this principle have to be followed by each and every person in the trial who is documenting any source data, any metadata, or any kind of documentation is being generated. It has to be ALCOA principles have to be followed by them. And then ultimate responsibilities lies with the investigator. Now, let us take all these 13 responsibilities step by step and to understand what R3 has given us something new in few of the principles. Okay. So the first principle is that investigator himself or herself should be very well qualified, very well trained, and very well experienced. By education, qualification, and experience, they should be the fit for purpose investigator for any clinical trials. Another important information is that investigators should also be aware about all the information about that IMP. They can refer ID, they can refer the product information, product monograph, but they should be very well aware about the adverse events, the properties, the CMAX, TMAX, and a lot of information which is available for reference product investigators should be aware about. When we say resources, as I just mentioned, that investigator should be able to decide whether this trial is possible in terms of the facilities, in terms of the equipments needed, in terms of the participants, because it is investigator's responsibility to make sure that all the time, if we have written in the protocol, we will enroll 12 subjects, now we known as trial participants, then investigator has to make sure that there are 12 trial participants are enrolled in this study. Another important thing is they should be able to give sufficient time, adequate number of qualified staff to the trial site. Time is always a factor for investigator, we all understand, because the person who can become the investigator is always highly qualified, highly experienced, and they are already occupied in all other duties as well. But they should be able to delegate the required time for the trial site. As an investigator, remains responsible for overseeing the delegated activities to ensure trial participants' right, safety, and well-being. As Dr. Hetal very rightly said at the end of her presentation, that you all have to remember two pillars in the GC. One is the right, safety, and well-being of trial participants, and another is the data credibility. Your data should be very well legible, accurate, contemporaneous. It has to be online generated, not the retrospectively. So these things are very important, and these two pillars are always been in the strength, in the, we can say, the foundation of GCP since 1996 to today. This is something added in E6R3. Investigator is now also responsible that service provider word, it is been now added in the E6R3, and investigator is also responsible to make sure that the agreements are available. They cannot say that in our trial site, we don't have, say, X number of analytical facilities. So I have outsourced. I have given this responsibility to XYZ lab. Okay, but then it is investigator's responsibility to make sure that the agreement is available, the lab is well qualified, they have audit trail if they are using any software, they have well qualified people, experienced people to handle his or her study. So he is again delegating his one of the responsibilities to service provider. So he or she cannot say that this responsibility is being given to service provider, so I only look after my on-site activities only. So this is a very clearly specified now in E6R3 that investigators are responsible for the services which is being outsourced to other service providers, and they have to make sure that the agreements are available. Sorry. Investigator or institution should also permit monitoring and auditing by the sponsor or the applicable regulatory authorities. When we say applicable regulatory authorities, in India, can anyone tell me which one is the applicable regulatory authority for India? Yes, please. The one who have read DCP. Yes, you are. DCP, yes, right. And when we also say that appropriate or applicable regulatory authorities, is your protocol is being designed to submit, say, in FDA, then we also have to follow the US FDA guideline as well. If it is to be submitted to Europe, how can we decide that this particular submission is for US FDA or USA? What is the reason or what is the objective? Or how can we say while designing the protocol, can anyone say that? Quickly, or I can start my fresh training as quickly as possible. Okay, in clinical research, do you all agree and do you all know that there are test products and the reference products? Right? Now, test products are manufactured in a very simple and layman terminology. Please pardon my well-experienced industry expert and consultants here, but for my students especially, for whom this entire session have been organized, we all know that the test investigational products is actually being manufactured by the our sponsors, pharma companies, and they would like to market this product in which country. That is very important to decide that this particular protocol is a US FDA submission study, because sponsor wants to market their product. Once it is approved and study is passed, they want to market their new investigational product or test product, we can say, in that particular country. And this is how we decide which submission is there. So when we say, as very rightly Dr. Hetal said, that multiple times they have written quality to factors, multiple times they have written quality by design. She has even counted something for 14 times they have written. They have written a lot of many times in the 6R3 as applicable regulatory guideline. So don't consider it as a loose end. It is actually, you should be knowing which applicable guideline I have to follow for this protocol. Because it is a very dynamic, they cannot mention here all the countries. China, if you are submitting in the China, China has China GCP, Malaysia has Malaysian GCP, India has Indian GCP. But for all these countries, they still have to follow the foundation, that is the ICH-GCP, because it is globally accepted. The data is globally accepted. Even though study is being conducted in India, the data is accepted in US. Why? USA would say that we would like to conduct the study on our people because the physiology is different, the digestion system is different, the entire Rani what we can say in Gujarati is different, the lifestyle is different, the food habit is different. That is the need of such global guideline. That when we have followed ICH-GCP, when we have followed US FDA guidance, though the trial participants are from India, then the data generated in India are acceptable to USA to ultimately market that product in that country. USA is just an example. Is considered as a contextual example. Another very important part is investigator is responsible to communicate with IRB and IC, as well as with DCGI and all other communications to all the applicable regulatory guidelines. So investigator has to make sure that the favorable opinion is available before start of any clinical trial related study activity. I see IRB slide, I will take it up that there are how many types of opinion. There are 3 types of opinion, and I will explain this in my next slides. If IB is getting updated during because sometimes we all know that the trial is 1.5 years, 2 years, more than 3 years. So during this clinical trial period, if investigator brochure is getting updated, if any new information has been added, then investigator has to make sure that the IB is updated. It is submitted to ethics committee and approved by ethics committee. The relevant documentation is generated. Investigator also has to make sure that the clinical updates, the safety information of the trial, once it is approved from EC and it is conducted, then during the course of study, the relevant safety information has to be submitted to EC. That is also the responsibility of investigator. If any protocol deviations are there, then investigator is responsible to submit those protocol deviations to ethics committee. So investigator or institution should sign the protocol or an alternative contract to confirm the agreement with the sponsor, and then they become responsible to abide and follow the protocol, TCP, and other applicable regulatory requirements as mentioned in the protocol. Now, this is also a very important clause that if there is any protocol deviation, investigator has to make sure to find out the root cause analysis. RCA and kappa, this kappa word has been emphasized in the ICH-GCP E6R3. When we say kappa, it is corrective action and preventive action. So whenever any protocol deviation happens, investigator is responsible to identify the real root cause. Investigator is also responsible to identify the right corrective action And then to mitigate the same kind of deviations in future, what could be the preventive plan by him or her? And all this information with CAPA has to be submitted to ethics committee. Now, in case investigator terminates or suspends the trial, then investigator has to promptly inform to sponsor, ICIRB and regulatory authorities. See guys, you have to understand these are the 5 main stakeholders. Without sponsor, who is financing the trial, who is giving us the investigational products, we cannot start the trial. Without trial participant, we cannot start. Everything is there in place. EC approval aa gaya, sab kuch hai, protocol is scientifically designed, everything is there, but we don't have subjects. So we called it subject, now it is trial participants. We don't have. We cannot start the trial. Without investigator, can we? No, we cannot start the trial. Ethics committee equally play very, very important role. Without EC approval, can we start the trial? Everything is there in place. IPs are on my desk and participants are in front of me. But no, favorable opinion has not received. They have given some comments. EC has asked for some clarifications. EC has asked for some revisions. We cannot start the trial, right? So sponsor, investigators, trial participants, IRB, IEC, and the ultimate applicable regulatory authority. It could be DCGI. What's DCGI? Because we are conducting the trial in India. In any case, if sponsor terminates the study, then also sponsor has to inform to investigator. The investigator is always in the center. And then he needs to communicate with all other stakeholders in the center of the trial. In case ICIRB takes a call that we would like to terminate the trial at this stage, at any stage of the clinical trial. Then again, IC will inform to investigator will inform to sponsor and regulator. So this is how the entire circle is there. Participant medical care and safety report. A qualified physician or appropriate qualified dentist or other healthcare professionals. Now they have added, the font in red is added by E6R3 or other healthcare professionals as per local regulatory requirements, who serves an investigator or sub-investigator should be responsible for medical care and the decisions for the medical care. All the adverse events, any abnormalities in the laboratory values are also considered as adverse events. I'm sure you all understand the difference between adverse drug reaction and adverse event, right? When trial participant is in your study, if there is a dog bite, then also you have to report as an adverse event. It may not be, of course, by the adverse drug reaction. That is again role of the qualified physicians to find out what is the particular cause of the adverse event. But there are adverse events and there are serious adverse. There are SUSAR. Any one of you know the full form of SUSAR? Thank you, sir. Suspected, unexpected, serious adverse drug reaction. Serious adverse events are known as SUSAR. So in all these cases, investigator has to make sure that the medical care is given to the patient, that's our participants. If they want to withdraw, if it is in their betterment, we need to withdraw them, but we cannot leave their hand unless and until we get the normal laboratory values. Unless and until the adverse event or adverse drug reaction is completely resolved, we have to take enough follow-up, we have to call the subjects at site, and we have to make sure that the right medical care is given to the trial participant. Again, these two texts in red, I'm sure you'll be able to see the color, are as per E6R3. So informed consent whole is a process I have already explained. What is added new in E6R3 is that now they understand that sometimes trial participants are not illiterate and we cannot consider them literate. I'm sure Dr. Ankit will be able to correlate. They are not fully literate to understand, but they are even not fully, illiterate. We can say that only thumb impression they can make. In this case, that was a challenge of industry. While preparing this guideline, the people designing this guideline are always expect comments and feedback from industry because we are the executors. We execute this guideline and we face challenges while executing this guideline. Right, Dr. Ankit? Sometimes we don't find impartial witness. Sometimes it is difficult to convince the legally acceptable representative. How many of you understand the difference between LAR and IS, impartial witness, IW? My online audience are also free to give answer. Okay, let's take it logically. Impartial witness. Can we elaborate this term? Can you understand this term? Yes, madam. Absolutely, super. It is just the general knowledge, unbiased observer. She is absolutely correct. So, whenever your trial participant is unable to understand your informed consent and you are explaining, you need to explain, but he or she is not able to understand. You should always be having an impartial witness. Impartial witness, mind well, is not a legally acceptable representative and they cannot take any decision on behalf of trial participant, whether to participate or not to participate. They are here, as the madam rightly said, they are here just to witness that you are giving all information. Because I know English, let's say example, and I know what you are explaining, I am the impartial witness. I'm just witnessing your consent process, that you are not missing out anything, knowingly or unknowingly. Sometimes if you see the adverse reference product, the adverse side effects, it is mentioned as suicidal tendency. It is happened, yeah. So when you actually go and follow and do practice, you will be able to understand what are the challenges. Now, just imagine there is a trial participant. We are also into healthy volunteer study in BAV, or let's say the patient. Patients are most vulnerable population. Now imagine that somebody is a patient, you are inviting them in your trial, you would like to explain them about the trial activities, but they are unable to understand. And if they are able to understand, you explain them and try to explain them suicidal tendency. Now, if you don't explain, it is unethical practice. Now you tell me how to follow the GCP. Because we have to explain, we have to follow 110% GCP. And then we have to tell them it is mentioned because it is there in the, they don't understand what is product monogram, but we have to tell them that this could happen. Suicidal tendency or depression maybe is one of the side effects. It's not necessary you will be experiencing it because you will be monitored or maybe housed during the CMEX and TMEX period. Our team will be there to observe you. And once the concentration is not there in the blood, you don't have to that worry about it. But you still have to explain because 1%, there is a chance. So it is always a challenge from industry side. Another very important aspect is the remote consent may be considered if appropriate. The remote consent is added, and another important things, I am just right now mentioning the red highlighted font because these are the changes in E6R3. Signatures may be physical or electronic. A lot of people, like say very well-known CROs, and a lot of people are using now e-consent. Even the signatures may be physical or electronic. In case of emergency, obtain consent from representative. This was also covered in Dr. Hetal's slide, if possible. And if unavailable, follow the protocol or IRB, IC approved protective measures. So they have given some guidances to ethics committee and investigator for accent. If they don't understand much, that's okay. If they understand half of the study, you still need LAR and IW, but still you can take accent approval. Are you willing? Yes, I am willing to participate. So you have to record this, maintain this, and accent approval is now. Accent is also one of the part of your informed consent process. This is, I guess, Dr. Hetal has given us a list of annexures, how to design informed consent. Again, if you see the red font information is highlighted in E6R3, that we all know that subject can withdraw himself or herself at any stage of trial, right? We all know they have full rights to withdraw their consent. That is okay if they have given consent today and after 3 months they decide that I want to withdraw my consent, they can withdraw their consent. We can make enough fair efforts to know the reason We cannot influence, we cannot force, and we cannot tell that because you enroll and we have counted you as one of the 12 subjects, now you need to finish the study. No, it is absolutely trial participants' rights that they can continue the study, they cannot continue the study. But what is there in investigators bucket now, added as R3? To understand withdrawal reasons. We have to make enough fair efforts to really understand withdrawal reasons. And another thing is that if trial participant wants to know about the final results, the investigator need to share the trial results to those participants, even though they have withdrawn their consent in between. So IMP management, I have covered that investigator is responsible for inventory, dispensing, return, destruction, all kind of IMP management, randomization, blinding, unblinding. In all these cases, investigator is responsible to follow this procedure as well as document it properly. Whenever we say document it properly, why? Because today trial, have you heard sometimes कि आज FDA inspection है trial site पे? कभी कहीं सुना है? Right? तो FDA तो आज अगर हम डिस्पेंसिंग कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे या आज मैं रेंडमाइज कर रही हूँ एक ट्रायल पार्टिसिपेंट को, so FDA is not standing here to observe each and every activities. Once the study is passed, the report is submitted, they will select few studies, they will come here. Now they are also, they are not giving us the number. I mean, many years back, I remember that they were giving us the project number via email, that we are coming to audit this particular study. I'm talking about 15 years back, 10 to 15 years back. From many years, they always come here, they open up the initial session, and in that introductory session, at that time only they disclose that we are here to audit or inspect these many number of studies. The trial numbers they usually give us. Even some bigger picture I can tell you, even now they are not informing via email or via any means, and they come as a surprise site inspection. So a big responsibilities on investigators, on ethics committee, as well as on each individual who is participating in the trial site. Any role. In US FDA have started doing from last trend analysis can show these things, the data. If you are interested, you can please go and search that. Sorry, that US FDA has now reaching to trial sites, reaching to the CROs, and sometimes I give you a very classic example, and it is okay to share. There was a Ganesh Chaturthi, the first day of Ganesh Chaturthi. I always used to give this example because that was a surprise for all of us. And the Ganpati Aarti, as per I am from one of the leading CRO, I am from Vida Life Sciences Organization, though I represent ISCR here today. So we were doing the Ganesh Aarti on that time. 2 to 3 people came, they document everything is been done by our security. They have come and like this, the sofas were there and they are seated here. The nice Lord Ganesha's Murti is there and the entire organization is doing Ganesh Aarti, and we thought, of course, by looking at the dressing, we always come to know that either they are from sponsor side, client side or vendors, because we were not informed. Once we finished the Ganesh Aarti, a very nice A4 size paper, they put it on our wall, and when everybody reads, we came to know that they are from US FDA and it is our FDA inspection. And on that day, on that minute, our FDA inspection started. So guys, understand that if you are really interested, now clinical research opportunities are increases on one side, as well as the vigilance is also increasing by DCGI. And that's why they are giving their lot of responsibilities on EC shoulder and by the applicable regulatory, that is our FDA and all other regulatories. FDA is purely doing surprise inspection, right? So be ready. If you are doing right, we don't have to afraid of anything. You just have to follow your principles. You just have to follow GCP and you do your ethical work, go home, Take rest. If tomorrow morning, every day, Monday, 9 o'clock, we as a head of department always expect कि आज FD आने वाला है, आया है, कुछ आया, 10 बजे तक कुछ लगा है वॉल पे तो आया है सरप्राइज, अदरवाइज नहीं आया है. So this is how we come to know now. Initially, we were receiving an email. So understand the vigilance have been increased, and that's why we also have to follow these guidelines. So the records, as I told you, the ALCOA principles: attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, accurate. Its CCEA has been added in this principle that your data should be consistent, it is enduring, it should be available whenever it is being asked, it should be available, and it should be traceable. Why traceable? Because now it's a world of globalization. People are moving towards removing the hard copies and papers and moving towards eCRF, e-consent, electronic data, software data. So that is why the audit trail and all this information becomes very important. So investigators should decide. Yes, this entire slide is new as per the 6R3. Investigators should define the source records. They should define the metadata, the methods of data capture, the location of data capture. They have included the word computerized system validation. Investigator is also responsible for the validation of the softwares in which the data is going to be captured. Ultimately, the last principle or the last responsibility is report skipping. We need to submit the reports to IC, IRB and regulatory authorities. In a nutshell, I can say there are 5 key changes, though I have given a refresher training to all of you for all 13 principles. That in R to focus more on the task, delegated task and documented logs. Now they have increased the responsibilities that now they are responsible that final decisions though remains with the investigator. They have increased the responsibility extend to service providers, computer system validations, agreements of service providers, and lot of other oversight and delegation related activities have been modified in the R3. In medical safety, yes, other qualified professionals may lead. Initially, they mentioned about dentists and I guess clinicians, and there were only few specifications given, though now they have extended that. Informed consent, as I told you, e-consent is added, accent is added, more flexible elements have been added. Participant withdrawal, participant can anytime withdraw, but it is our duty to make enough efforts and give them the final results if they want, and ultimately the IMP responsibilities. Even though it is remote IP delivery, they have added this terminology as well in app. After one case study, I would like to take you through the EC responsibilities. In a study, as per one of the inclusion criteria, participants having creatinine clearance greater than 60 ml per minute needed to be enrolled in the study. At one of the sites, it was observed that screening lab test value of creatinine clearance done at central lab was found to be 52. How much we need as an inclusion criteria is greater than 60. Now one of the lab observed 52. Now PI instructed the site person to conduct retest of creatinine clearance. Understand each and every word whenever any case study is being presented. PI instructed the site person to conduct retest of creatinine clearance at the local lab after 2 days. Local lab report showed that the creatinine clearance value was 72. It was mistake as a 52 and now it is 72. Now during on-site audit, it was identified, maybe by the internal or external auditors or inspectors, that the local lab had wrongly calculated the creatinine clearance value by considering wrong age and weight of the patient. Now the actual value of creatinine clearance was below 60, which states that wrong participant was enrolled. So the 72 wala jo calculation tha, somehow the auditors or inspectors found कि उन्होंने रॉन्ग एज, थोड़ा सा ये सब कैलकुलेशन किसको किससे मल्टीप्लाई करना है टू फाइंड आउट, किसको किससे डिवाइड करना है, थोड़ा सा कुछ inadvertently, I hope the changes made inadvertently in age, and that's why age and weight, and that's why it became 72. The patient was enrolled, the study was conducted, everything was done. According to you, is there any violation? Is there any violation? Can anyone please try to attempt? Yes, madam, thoda sa loudly. You are on the right track. Inclusion criteria was not matched. Fantastic. It is a primary responsibility of investigator. Any other thing which you find little? Huh? 2 days ka gap. Okay. Process was not followed as per protocol was not, yes, absolutely correct. Protocol was not followed. Anything? Thank you for the one who really tried to attend. Few people, few things are there in mind, but if it is not clear, let me take you through this. Yes, there are GCP clauses violated. First is, you rightly said, compliance with protocol. Another is eligibility of subjects, your inclusion criteria, and ultimately the subject safety and well-being. I'm sure there must be some reason. When Sir discussed, when Dr. Hetal discussed, we were also discussing something in the break time, that protocol has to be designed scientifically. So I'm sure few scientific minds applied while designing the protocol, and after few analysis or few assumptions, few experience, they might have given the inclusion criteria is greater than 60. Now, actually, it was 52. Due to, let's assume, due to a genuine error by lab, it became 72, the patient was enrolled, but actually the patient's creatinine clearance was 52. So what about the safety of the subject? 60 रखा होगा तो वो भी वहां पे कुछ रीजन से रखा होगा. So this is how we violated. We did not comply with the protocol. We could not follow the inclusion criteria. The eligibility of subjects was a question. And ultimately, the major thing, the entire guideline is on the patient-centric. The E6R3 is focused more and more on patient-centric. Patient-centric, quality by design. If you try to read the entire guidance, you will always find, as Dr. Hetal said, quality by design, quality to factors, QTF, and patient-centric. The focus has been changed. So this is how we have mentioned the root cause analysis, that the patient was definitely then withdrawn as and when the study was still ongoing. So that is why we had a chance. But what if the study is conducted and completed? We still have to go and approach to patient. There are cases for in our trial sites for our studies as well. And after completion of everything, if we come to know that there could be something wrong to the patient, we have to then also approach after 6 months, 1 year. अगर ठीक है आपको ऐसी ऐसी तकलीफ हुई है नहीं हुई है, then we are relaxed. Okay, we really took good care of the patients, those who enrolled in the study. So learning point is emphasize more and more in importance of clinical trial. One important other part we have not touched upon here is the validation of the lab. Whether the lab was made the mistake genuinely, inadvertently, there could be a lot of questions. Imagine as a practitioner, we have a question. If this kind of something happens in front of inspector, वो लोग कितना सोच लेंगे? They can go to any extent. Right? Okay, I will not take much time. Okay. Yes, please, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually, managed.
Yes, sir.
Direct one management full of law.
Absolutely.
And people investigator charge why not enjoy the measurement.
Absolutely, sir.
All the students of this point. And what measure the measurements are taken have to be measured by the PI.
Absolutely.
What is it?
Sir's point is very well noted, because I did not mention it much, but yes, he is absolutely correct that the practice of investigator will be a question what kind of measures he took, whether it was really a lab mistake or somebody has, given some influence to the lab to make the results from 52 to 72. It could be n numbers of questions from this case study. So please understand the importance of ethical. In a nutshell, our objective is to give you a right guidance. We are not here to afraid you. This is a fantastic industry. Clinical research has a bright future. We just have to follow our ethics. And ethics, we all know, doing the right thing when nobody is observing you. That is the ethics. When somebody is there in front of us, our head, I can say, police खड़ा है, रेड लाइट या ग्रीन लाइट पे पुलिस है, तो हेलमेट पहननी है, बेल्ट पहनना है या रुकना है. थोड़ा ट्रैफिक नहीं है, इवन दो इट्स अ रेड सिग्नल, पुलिस नहीं है, निकल जाओ. That's not ethics. ये हम सब करते हैं. It's not you only. I also do sometimes, But this is a layman example. Doing right thing when nobody is observing you is ethics, and that's what is in the pillar of clinical research industry. Thank you all of you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So your presentation with a word called one side. Now, one side in English means actually you see the side. What side? So one side is one side was by one side. The reason I have learned this word. Because in years I what can this but one side I did not see that beginner. Another thing that English is a foreign language. Google Translate ना करो. What I want to say, you just take the meaning of each and every word. And क्या मतलब?
बहुत सच्ची बात.
I very draft to take down. And the mistake one copy. मेरे को से लेकर मैं देवान में लेकर से बड़ा होता है. आज मतलब प्रॉब्लम one thing. That is a one thing.
Very good point, sir. Oversee. So with this note, I would like you now take you through the what is ethics committee, role of ethics committee and expectations from ethics committee. Its institutional review board or independent ethics committee is basically an independent body. A review board or a committee, institutional, regional, national or supranational, constituted of medical professionals. We already have a very senior ethics committee person and a very well experienced industry expert. I can say it's our pleasure to interact with sir during our break time with you. That a very well practitioner and these kind of doctors are taking interest to become either investigator or to become a part of ethics committee is really helping society. Believe me. So, members of medical professionals and non-medical members, ethics committee's role is not only to review everything from medical or scientific perspective, because the trial participants are not medically qualified. So they also have to review it from a layman perspective, from a social worker perspective, from a legal perspective. So this is how ethics committee is constituted by medical professionals and non-medical professionals. And of course, their role is also to prevail to ensure protection of the right, safety and well-being of the human participants involved in the trial, and whatever data which is generated for public assurance, all the data are credible and accurate and reliable. Ethics committee also have some responsibilities, like they should also have their SOPs, their processes, their composition, their functions, their governance mechanism. and their own procedures, their minutes of the meeting, their voting sheets, their records keeping, retention. This everything is also very well defined in the ICHGCP. So the first is the submission and communication. When investigators submit any documents to ethics committee also have to store all this information. They have to take enough time to review. If today's a protocol is submitted, if tomorrow the meeting has been called, it cannot happen. The ethics committee member should also be given time to review the protocol. From medical will review from medical aspect, the social worker will review from the social rights of a human being, legal aspect, and non-medical practitioners will review from that part. Background person will review from drugs side and all. Once they review the protocol, they can have a meeting. If ethics committee have any questions or queries, it is the role of investigator to attend EC meeting and report their queries. And if required, also have to amend the protocol based on suggestions received from the ethics committee. Of course, the purpose is the same, right? Safety, well-being, and credibility of the data. Yes, please. Okay. IRB and IC, what are the documents they should review? What is their role and responsibilities? Their role is to ensure the human rights, safety, well-being, and credibility, but how? Which are the documents they would like to review? They would like to review our protocol, amendments, informed consent, any information which is going to be presented to volunteers or the participants that has to be reviewed and approved from ethics committee. That's a mandate. What even the compensation part? Because ultimately trial participants के लिए सबसे बड़ा वही. They would also like to see what is my compensation at the end of the day. Then that part is also being fairly reviewed and approved for by ethics committee, then only you can start. The IB, ethics committee would always like to see the investigator brochure, which is having scientific, non-scientific information, any other trial related information, advertisement. If we are doing any advertisement, it has to be not only reviewed, approved. Approved is the right word. Favorable opinion is the right word. Once ethics committee approves it, then only we can make any advertisement. Any plans to compensate the participants, it has to be approved by EC. Ongoing updates, the ethics committee gives you approval, and they also expect that investigator will come back if anything happens on site. Serious adverse event, any safety updates, any protocol deviations, any protocol amendments, IB updates, then it is investigator and trial site's responsibility to again go back and submit everything to ethics committee that this is how your study is going on. Parallelly, it is also now elaborated in EC responsibilities that they also have to go and visit trial site. It's always vice versa. The EC members should also now increase their visits at trial sites to review the ongoing studies. Investigator CV, they would always like to see whether the investigator is well experienced and qualified by the CV and any other information like protocol deviations and all. As I mentioned you, there are 4 types of approvals. One is the approval. It's a favorable approval. When EC gives you a straightforward favorable approval that your study is okay, we are approving it, you may now start the conduction. Another is ethics committee may give you some modifications. Then you need to modify those documents, go back to EC, give clarifications, explain to them. Once they are agreed, you can go ahead. Third is the disapproval, negative opinion. So 3 kind of opinion, but the 4th one is they can anytime terminate or suspend the study. Even though EC has given you a favorable opinion, if they find a lot of serious adverse events we are receiving, when they visit your trial site, they find something suspicious, they find something is not correct to the trial participants' medical care or safety, they can suspend your study at any time. So these are in the full rights of ethics committees. So they also need to have continuing review. Once they approve the study, they need to visit the trial site at a regular interval. They may request more information. If they find something, they may ask for more information. And consent. In case of protocol indicates prior consent of the trial site or LAR, if it is not possible, then ICIRB should determine that the proposed protocol or other documents adequately address the relevant ethical concern. So consent is again a document. Review accent information, because now in E6R3 accent has been added. So EC also review your accent information. Compensation related information. Information on payment also have to be reviewed by ethics committee. Now composition. As per E6R3, at least 5 members. You can have more members, but at least 5 members. At least one member whose primary area of interest is not in medical science. One member should be independent of the institution or investigator site. These things are mandatory and compulsory. You can have more members, but these are the mandate. Only those IRB-IC members who are independent of the investigator and the sponsor of a trial site can vote and provide opinion. A list of IRB-IC members and their qualification should be maintained. One interesting incident I would like to share here is that now DCGI has also increased audits and inspections of ethics committee. Again, we have experienced our ethics committee have faced on the spot unannounced inspection as well. So ethics committee also have to make sure that their voting sheets, their minutes of the meeting, their protocols and everything which was submitted is well maintained as per the guideline and applicable regulatory guidelines. For the qualifications and CD of PI and everything has to be well maintained. EC also, EC should have their own SOPs. IRB-IC should perform their functions depending on their documented standard operating procedures. They should maintain their records. And a decision can only be taken when the quorum is present. When I say quorum, the at least 5 members, which is well defined, all of them should be there. Then only the decision can be taken. As we have already discussed, investigators should promptly report for any deviations, changes, SUSAR, or any new information to ethics committee. They should also promptly notify in writing, paper or electronically. Its trial-related decisions, opinion, the reasons, and the procedures for appeal of its decision and opinion have to be informed. So it is EC's role to inform their decision in writing to sponsor or the trial site or investigator whosoever has requested. ICIRB should retain all relevant records that any time inspector will ask and DCGI will ask for any records. IRB-IC may be asked by investigators, sponsors, or regulatory authorities to provide documented procedures and membership lists. So based on IEC IRB SOPs, if it is due, if you have mentioned the review period of 3 years, you have to make sure that the IEC SOPs are also updated. It has been reviewed and approved once again by the chairperson or the member secretary as per the in-house, as per that particular EC process and all. You have to make sure that all the voting sheets are available. If any time sponsor would like to see that how many people was present, was the quorum present when they gave decision of my trial, then we have to immediately show that these many members were present. If you have any attendance record and everything, then you need to maintain that. Your voting attendance records, minutes of the meeting. If EC has suggested something to investigate, an investigator has reverted back, everything has
एक बार फ्रैक्चर हुआ था, आपको बताया था तब आपने लेगामेंट का इशू हुआ था ना, तब आपको बताया था तो आपने ऐसे बोला था कि
आपको ऑपरेशन की जरूरत नहीं, ऑटोमेटिकली ठीक हो जाएगा। पर अभी मुझे क्या हुआ है ना कि ये जो जगह है ना, यहाँ मुझे पूरा पेन हो रहा है, और ये तो कल एक्सरे करवाया मैंने, इसी में ठीक है।
पेन ज्यादा रहता तो वहीं पे वापस चले गया था।
ये
कौन सा?
ये वाला, हाँ तो वो
Okay, I hope I am audible to the online audience. But हमारा तो unmute है ना? Okay, perfect. The new section is added that in many regions and submissions to IRB-IC and regulatory authorities can be combined based on local rules. Every time they have mentioned about local rules, local guidelines. My colleague Dr. Ankit is going to give us a very good, really a very informative presentation on the local rules, that is NDCTR. As we are conducting the studies in India, we should equally give equal importance to NDCTR, and we should have that awareness on the NDCTR rules, because usually local rules supersede your, if there is discrepancy, you need to follow your local. In ICHGCP mentioned as at least 5 members. Now imagine if you have 5 members in your ethics committee. What is written in NDCTR? That Dr. Ankit will take all of you to that. And if it is written in NDCTR and if DCGI comes and inspect you, they would like to have the composition as per NDCTR, which he will explain. So depending on the region, either the investigator or institution or the sponsor makes the submission, that region-specific regulatory guideline also have to be followed. And if minors are a part of trial, IRB-IC must review the assent information based on the child's age, maturity, mental state, and applicable regulations. These two are the key changes in ICHGCP P6R3 in Ethics Committee. I'm unable to make the next slide. Okay, yes. Thank you. In R2, the record retention period for EC was at least for 3 years. Now they have required that the retention should be as per applicable regulatory requirement, which also Dr. Ankit will mention in his presentation, that how many years they have decided. Looking at the time, I think people would like to go hungry, would like to go for lunch break. No worries. There are a lot of case study that will take another time. So thank you everyone. Thank you for your patient listening. And I am here and my team is here if you have any questions. Thank you. Any questions? No questions? Okay. Over to the organizers, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to call Dr. Ashmi Bhavsar, ma'am, to present certificate and memento to Ms. Devangi Dave. Ma'am. Everyone please join for the lunch outside.
All students, your friends who have left, please ask them to come for the lunch. We have arranged the lunch for everyone. Okay? Huh? And by 2 o'clock you come back because we have afternoon session. Okay? Please just don't go. For lunch, everyone can join and please come back by 2. We have important one session left for the afternoon hours. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
Knowledge is centered down there. We rotate around that.
चार-पाच दिवस.
स्लाइड ऑफ 39 मतलब ये उसका है मुझे पड़ेगा इंटरव्यू कनेक्शन निकालना पड़ेगा इसका कौन सा कनेक्शन है हाँ निकाल दिया तूने लगाओ किधर निकल ये है ना उसका नहीं ये तो सही है तो अपन बना रहे नहीं बिल्कुल सही है प्रोटेक्टेड वो है ये हमारा है क्या हाँ उनका प्रेजेंटेशन to take engagement whatever we have conducted now we have to send one copy later on they don't allow तो ये लोग देंगे ही नहीं तो वो उधर हमारा अटक जाता है हो गया ना तीनों हो गया ना भाई
Hello. I am pleased to introduce Dr. Ankit Darji, who has completed his M. Pharma and PhD in clinical research and has many research publications as well. He has significant 14 years of global clinical research experience and has been leading clinical trials in different therapeutic cardiovascular, metabolic disorders, central nervous system, and infectious disease and has successfully delivered phase 1 to phase 4 studies, including PMS studies as well. He is also involved in organizational level activities at IQVIA, including the People Del Influencer for India, managing R&Ds, connect all India regions of IQVIA, Wellness Committee, vendor governance calls, several important KPI compliance, and a speaker at ISCR. I would like to call upon our speaker, Dr. Ankit Darji, ISCR Western Chapter member, for his session on NDCT rules and alignment with ICAGC.
Hello, am I audible? Are you ready after lunch time? Most difficult time, and that is called Saturday. Are you okay? Good. The one female is not okay. Please wake up. Now we are going to have some interesting topic to be covered. And that is not only you have to learn or you have to mug up. It's like compulsion. You don't have any option, right? Whenever you don't have any option, that means it's the rule, right? You have rules in Sumandeep? Yes or no? I cannot hear. Please loudly. Yes or no? Yes, you have rules. What rules? For example, okay, then go to everyday come. There is a specific time you have to come 9, right? There is a rule or there is guidance that you can come at 9:30 or it's not, right? You have to come compulsory at 9. That is rule, right? But you have to come in formal. Is there anything mentioned specifically for the formals? Is there mentioned? Okay, that is also then come in the rule. But in the formal, there are certain varieties, right? For female, mostly. You have many options. So it comes under guidance, right? These are the formal requirement. How you have to implement, that is up to you. But here we have very limited options, right? For the court. Similarly, for our NDCT rule as well, we have compulsion in the rules and we don't have any options. That is mandatory to be followed, and that's why it is named as new drugs and legal trial rules. Now, we will discuss then how history was developed. But before we go for the history of this NDCP rule, you will understand what is the regulations of Indian GCP, what Devangi was mentioning, right? So this is for us, this is Indian GCP, and what Dr. Nevang, right? He was mentioning that why in China they are following this timeline, even though ICGCP is mentioned, what is there in India. So, as Devangi also mentioned, Indian GCP, there is our NDCP rules is always mandatory to be followed over and above of ICGCP. Because ICGCP, as I mentioned, is a guideline or rule. It's a guideline, right? There is NDCP, there is new drug and clinical trial rules. These are rules. You cannot deviate. If you deviate, if you come at 9:30 or 10, will you able to enter in the class? No. Same is here. If you deviate, you will get query from our regulators. So what is our regulatory? Sir, someone mentioned DCGI, right? Right. But DCGI comes under CDSTO, right? It comes under CDSTO, and this CDSTO there is many subdivisions. But how CDSTO come there? CDSTO is, you know where is located CDSTO? Delhi, right? That is in Delhi. CDSTO is located in Delhi. So is it possible to manage everything through Delhi? Or they require some other department as well, right? You have your medical license as well, right? For medical license, do you have to go to Delhi? No, you have zonal offices as well, right? Similarly, in CDSCO, they have 7 zonal offices, right? They also have their boards. There are 13 boards there, and they also have some central laboratory as well. Those are associated with the Central Drug of Standard for Control of the Control Organization, that is CDSCO, right? Now, what happened that in 1940 and 1945, there was a rule, Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940 and rules 1945. And we were following till how many years? No one thought that isko bhi revision chahiye. Even though there were thought, but it was not revised. Then what happened that it was required to be revised? Do you think that there might be some indicator, right? If you require any change in Sumandeep Hospital, there might be some indication that require change. There might be some issue or challenge that requires some modification in your rules. Yes or no? I cannot hear. Yes or no? Yes. So that's why we are going to discuss what are the challenges faced from 2012, as Dr. Neeraj mentioned, in his speech. We saw the blackout time in 2012. So that blackout time was actually an indicator where it was started, and that required to have NDCT rule to be done. But it took from 2012 to 2019. You will see it in detail, but just for your information for Ayurvedic and homeopathy as well, you have to follow the Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Science. You can visit the site, and you can also refer the guidelines available over here. And for homeopathy, Central Council for Research in Homeopathy. You can visit here. All the details are already available here. So, along with the serious requirement, that is administrative rule, the specifically if there is Ayurvedic or homeopathy, you need to follow these guidelines. Okay? Understand? Now, as I told you, there was an indication in 2012. So what happened? There is a NGO, which was Adhikar, who filed a PIL. And in the PIL, they mentioned that there are some adults, some children, and mainly importantly, mentally ill persons on which there are some illegal legal trials. Is it acceptable or not? Yes or no? Itna to bolo. Yes, the food is digesting still. You can make it move, so that's why it will get more digest. If you sleep, it will not properly digest. Right? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. So, after this PIL, they went into court. And court did a very stringent judgment on that particular hospital. And that particular hospital is already known, it is already available in Google, everything, it was not there in newspaper. So that's why I have mentioned name as LGM Medical College, that was there in MP. And after that, all the changes started. What happened then? There was requirement for the ethics committee to be registered. There was requirement for the compensation requirement. There was mandatory AV consulting required for all the patients. If your patient is only having diabetes and you are planning to conduct any of the clinical trial, they still you require AV consent. If the patient having HIV, your clinical trial is HIV, then it is very much confidential, right? Do you think that confidentiality need to can be break and we can get audio video of their HIV patients? They will not get it, right? So in that case also, it is mandatory to have AV consent. And as we already mentioned in investigator responsibility in GCT, do you think investigators are that much available to take all the patients consent, AV consenting? Because in diabetic clinical trial, blood pressure clinical trial, there is hypertension. They might have daily 5 to 10 patients to be enrolled in the clinical trial. So they can sit and take audio video consenting every day. No, right? These are the practical challenges. So that were explained to the CDSCO, they were discussed again, and those were removed. In between, he was very much famous at that time, Dr. Ranjit Roy Chaudhary. He also provided his input for the compensation and provided formula. And those formula are still with little modification has been implemented as of now in NDCT rule as well to have the compensation calculation. And that calculation is done by ethics committee as well. So that's responsibility again now has been transferred to ethics committee. Previously, during between 2012 to 2019, in between, it was investigator responsibility and sponsor responsibility. They have to calculate as per the compensation formula and provide the compensation as per the gazette. If they there was individual gazettes were listed. So accordingly, they have to provide the compensation. But now it has been updated. In between, there were certain requirements as well. Now you tell me, if I am performing a diabetic trial, should I require minimum of 30-bed hospital or is it not mandatory? Diabetic. Yes or no? Yes. For diabetic trial, only have OPD based patients, you can just give them medication and they can go home. We require 30-bed hospital. It is not mandatory, right? So patient can come on OPD basis and they can go as well. And if you have emergency department, if there is anything SAE happens, they can admit it or can have collaboration with the larger hospital for the management of the emergency, like SAE, right? But at that time, the budget was said was and mentioned that minimum 30 beds were required. Then investigator can do maximum of 3 trials. Now, you think if one of your trial is in startup, so no recruitment. One of the trial is in conduct phase, so only one trial is. So second trial is very recruitment. Your third trial is in conduct phase. Close out phase. No recruitment. So practically, your one trial is only one. The requirement mentioned in the budget that investigator can have only maximum of 3 trials, and above that, ethics committee cannot provide a. Now, is this justified? No. So these are the projects that were there already, and that were during finalization of NDCT rule 2019. These were removed, and now these are not implemented. These are not required. Finally, 2019, we were having this NDCT rule implemented. Now, the regulations are more stringent, more defined. But as we already discussed with Dr. Hemant, that they are still lacking compared to ICGCP, RT, what they expect. But what our Indian regulations, that is NDCT rule, is are still lacking because there is no technology in place. There is no digitization related to the online or the remote consenting data management related, then computer system related. There is nothing is mentioned in a NDCT. These are all covered in ICGCP E6R. So that's why still our regulations require to be updated. But and that's why if you see after the 2012 event, there was still in hospital, there was an event happened in 2023. And you know, there was recent event happened in PS hospital in 2025. These are already there in the news, right? We don't know what is the reality there. Still the market is coming, and that's why day by day regulations needs to be improved with much more clear, and then only you will be able to have harmonization of the act. Now, if we mention that 9 a is mandatory without any window period to come and punch, you don't have to come at 8:55 and you cannot come at 9:50, 9 and 5, 9 o'clock at 5. You have to come exactly at 9. Is it possible? This stringent rule? No. And if we give window period of 8 to 10, is it also possible to manage? Or all people or all students will come in time? So it will be considered as under-regulated. If we have under-regulation, it will be like if rain happens, if monsoon happens, it will be flood-like situation. We have no proper drainage system. But if rain doesn't happen, it will be a what situation? Dry situation, right? So that's why we have to have controlled regulation. And that is how our team at CDSCO are already working at how we can meet the requirement of ICGCP R2 and now R3 as well. They have already started working. They are planning to have some updates in 2026 or 2027. They have already started. But let's see how quickly it gets implemented, and we will get update to harmonize our standard compared to ICGCP EC standard. Why we require to improve the standard? Why? Why we require to improve the standard? Anyone from their side? Anyone? Why you require to improve standards? Speak loudly. When you are comparing anyone, how you compare? If you compare Sumandeep hospital, you will compare with which hospital? You want to improve the standards, yes or no? Yes. Similarly, the global standard is ICGCP E6 that all the countries are implementing. Even though they have their own regulation, they are implementing global standard, that is ICGCP E6 and that's why our regulation, that is Indian regulation, needs to be improved at the level of ICGCP E6 R3, and that's why we are doing continuous revision, right? Now, in addition to NDCT Rule 2019 that I will explain it, but there are certain amendments that should be coordinated. So I will go in a direction that what were the amendment. Then we will discuss about the NDCT Rule 2019 to be able to correlate. So in 2024, there was an amendment, and it was because streamlining the approval process of what? What? Anyone? Trials, right? Then improve patient safety, what we have discussed, right? Safety and well-being is for EC artery as well, and ensure compliance of global standard, right? And that's why in 2024 there was amendment in the NDCT rules. And now you tell me, do you have all the resources available with you at the Sumandeep hospital, or you require some external faculty to come here and present? You require, that's what we are here. Similarly, all the pharma companies might not have the resources they can complete pre-clinical trial process, and then what they have to do, they have to outsource. And then main purpose, the main point for the outsource is a CRO, a contract research organization. They can provide on contract basis outsourcing. Now, on these CROs, there is no control, there is no registration. Now, HS committee has mandatory to register, right? And they are associated with institute. So now institutes are indirectly registered at CDSCO. But is there any CRO or pharma companies have any type of registration requirement? It was not. That's why in 2024 it was mentioned that now CROs are mandatory to be registered at CDSCO, and almost all CROs has now completed this registration process. The registration process is very simple that they have to apply in a form that is CT07B. This is for only your information. It is already available in Google. You can have it, but this is for your information that they have to pay as a 5 lakh amount for the as a registration fee as well. And why this registration is required? Why? कल उठ के साइड ऑडिट होगा तो they will ask this CRO where came or this pharma company has outsourced this to this CRO and they perform this activity. So they will be able to find they were registered. If registered during registration, they have submitted some SOPs. They have SOP. So why they have not followed their SOP? So everything like अभी आपका हो रहा है ना पान कार्ड इलेक्शन कार्ड सब लिंक हो रहा है विद आधार कार्ड right CDSCO is also doing the same thing everything tomorrow is going to be linked with CDSCO and even you have SMO available in Sumandeep that is Site Management Coordinator it is also going to come as a mandatory requirement all the SMOs required to be registered because when all the auditors comes what site or investigator asks I have given the what is responsibility to my SM. Then SM is done now they have left. I don't have any documents. I don't know what they have done, where the documents are there. This type of the answers auditors get receiving when they come to the during stress. And that's why day by day, everything after a step of completion of CRO registration, it is going to come for SMO. So this is the one type of the slow development and having the coordination between the all the stakeholders involved for a complete legal trial. Right now, you can let me know where pharma companies come. Where pharma companies are registered. So I give you the answer is whenever there is any clinical trial or marketing authorization of the product, the pharma company, Indian rule is pharma company themselves has to apply that. Even though there are some third party regulatory teams, they can apply on their behalf, but the applicant name will remain that same pharma company only. The third party person or freelancer or the CRO, they might get their responsibility but they will not able to register on their behalf. On their behalf, the name remains of pharma companies. So pharma companies already are applying for the marketing authorization. Just like they are doing such clinical trials, right? They are registered. Their CRO are registered. Ethics committees are registered. Ethics committees are associated with the institute. So indirectly, everybody or all the stakeholders when they associate with clinical trials are registered at CDSCO. That is the rule. Okay. Now, coming to update in 2022, there was also an update that is important for ethics committee. Now, we will see the timeline as well for ethics committee, and we have seen some of the updates during ICS GCP 6 hours. Now, the thing is, your ethics committee registration is valid for 5 years. So, once your ethics committee registration is expired, you have to apply for renewal of it. Right? Now, if you are not getting any comments, then what you have to do? You have to wait for the response from the CDSCO, or you can continue your. There should be some decision, right? You should be aware. Otherwise, if 90 days, 100 days, 200 days, 300 days, if not response from CDSCO, then your ethics committee will be non-functional. And do you want your ethics committee to be non-functional? If your ethics committee is not functional, you are not able to execute any of the new clinical trial or even ongoing clinical trial, you will not able to enroll in this. And that's why it has been amended in 2022 that your ethics committee, once they apply in 45 days, if they are not receiving any comment, they can send a letter, that is CP02A letter. They can send it to CDSCO. They can mention that we have submitted on this date. This more than 45 days. We have not received any comment. So we will continue functioning ethics committee as we have not received any comment, and ethics committee can continue on this. They will be considered as a continue or registered. There is no there cannot be any objection from any of the pharma, CRO or not CDSCO because it is mentioned in NDCT rule now. Right? And that's why we have seen that when ethics committee has applied online in the Supreme Court, and we are waiting for that when 45 days complete and they don't receive any comment, we can find that CP02 form and we can continue work. No, on day 45 only they receive. Because of this stringent regulation, we are not only that much of vigilant, even serious scrutiny is also that much vigilant. They never cross day 45. Within day 45 only, they provide you comments if they require any particular clarification or additional documents. Otherwise, rest of the things, if any of the ethics committee is not receiving any comment, they are seriously following that they complete CP02 to a form, they continue their work, that really help them to continue their functioning. Right? Legal trial. Otherwise, if such thing happens, for example, ye nahi hai, and you are not getting update from CDSCO, right? Then what happens? Will clinical trial will work in India because India is the major target for clinical research. Why? Why India is the major target? You must have read in newspapers. Why India is main target along with China? Population, right? We have different type of the population, different type of the all the type of diseases are. So any of the medication you want to develop or have testing, you will have easily the number of patients available, right? That's why India is one of the best target, and day by day, all the countries are turning to come India for clinical research because one, we have population, that is the major point. Second, regulations are day by day improving. We are improving our standards to the ICGCP level, right? That's why India is most favorite place for all the world to have clinical research. So these are the two updates in NDCT rules. Now we will check what are there already in NDCT rule 2009, which was released in approximately March 2019. These are the chapters and schedules covered in the NDCT rule. But for us, if we discuss from the clinical research point of view, there are only 4 chapters and only 1 schedule that is important for us, and only those parts we will discuss. You, if you have more interest or you require more knowledge, you can go through each chapter, each of these schedules, because you might require to have import of some of the medication in future. So then you might have other chapters as well to be applicable as schedules as well. The forms are also applicable. The import of new drugs and IND for TB studies and all that are applicable for chapter 9. So there you can go in much more details. But as for the time permits, we will discuss today with 4 chapters and 1 schedule. Now, our first chapter is about ethics committee for clinical trial and research. Now, what we discussed in ICGCP when Devaki Madam mentioned for registration of ethics committee. Yes, 5 members, right? But in NDCT rule, it is minimum of 7 members. So the question is, what we have to follow? GCP or NDCT? I cannot hear. NDCT, right? Because our local regulations are above the ICGCP. And you can see 7 is more or 5 is more. So always over is better than the what we are doing minimum, right? Then similar to adverse event reporting. If adverse event reporting is there, and you are not sure whether this is SAE or AE, then what will you select? You will report either SAE or not. If investigator is not very much sure, you will report or not. over reporting is always better because you are doing reporting anyways. If not SAE, you are going to report as the A, and that is going to have with CDS for such data, right, in future. So if you have confused between A and SAE, it's better to have SAE, and that's why MBCP and even this ethics committee is required to be registered with CDSCO. If you don't have minimum 7 members, will they give you approval? Your ethics committee will not able to register. So it is mandatory to have minimum 7 members. Now, in ICGCB, what is it? It is mentioned that only how many members should be outside the institute? One. It is one member. Whereas in NBCB, it is mentioned 50% of constitution not affiliated with. So out of 7, 50 is 3.5. We cannot have 3.5, right? So majority of the ethics committee have at least 4 members who are outside of the institute and 3 are from the institute itself. So this is the constitutional requirement. And now in addition to this, the requirement is that in NDCT it is mentioned the investigator are registered or the part of the constitution are either basic medical scientist or clinician as a role. Their basic qualifications should be at least PG. If they have not completed PG and they have only completed graduation, then will they be part of the ethics committee member or not? No. Earlier it was possible that MBBS completed doctors were also part of ethics committee members. But now, as per the NDCT rule 2019, they are not accepted. They must have at least PG qualification. And if now it's industry, right? Same like any of the MNC or we can say the corporate industry in academic or even the hospital industry as well, there are changes, right? Some people change. So if there is any change, then you require to replace that change member. Their replacement needs to be notified to NBCP within 30 working, right? So that is also clearly mentioned 30 working days, not calendar, right? So this is the constitution requirement. Now once we have constitution done and your ethics committee is registered, what is the period of registration validity? 5 years or 3 years? 5 years. Earlier it was 3 years. Before 2019, the EC registration was valid for 3 years. But what happened? Practically, they have observed there are lots of ethics committee clogging. They are getting lots of application after 3 years for new registration, and it continues for them as well. And they have to increase their resources as well. And there are no much change. In 3 years, do you expect there are much change? No. And that's why they have now revised that the registration will be valid for 5 years. Now, the very much important point, and that you have to consider and you have to remember is as well, after your registration is expired, your renewal required to be completed. So, what is the required timeline? That is also clearly mentioned in the NDCT rule, and it is 19 days prior to your expiry. What it means? If your registration is going to expire on December 31st December 2025, then when you have to apply? Yes? October? September end is still acceptable. October is very cut to cut, right? You have to count the calendar days. These are calendar days. Wherever it is days mentioned, it is calendar days. There are specifically mentioned as working days, then you have to count as a working days. So it is required to be renewed 90 days prior to your expiry date. And if this is not followed, then if it is not followed, then your registration will not be considered as a continued. If you are not getting your re-registration detail from CDSCO, your ethics committee is not considered as a renewed for the registration, and that will require certain time to be released. Yes, yes. 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 Yeah, they can send you renewal before December if you follow and if they review as well. But if they don't review, your ethics committee has followed the time. And I will show you one of the screenshot. It is not, I don't want to show now because it's one of the case study coming next. It is clearly mentioned in the HSCD rule is that your ethics committee will consider as a continuous working as it is. If you have applied 90 days prior to your expiry, that is clearly mentioned. So any of your sponsor, your CRO will not query you if you provide them screenshot that you have applied 90 days prior to your expiry date. So that there will not be any question. Even same we are also following as a project manager, we are also following with the sites that if you have applied 90 days prior to your expiry date, your registration is continued and you can continue your recruitment, ethics committee functioning, everything. If not, we ask sites to hold everything because your ethics committee has missed the very much important factor, even though we are giving recommendation. Right? Now, functioning is same safety, efficacy, safety rights, and well-being that is required to be followed. And they review how the products are safe, analyze for the SAE, AE, and is there any recommendation from ethics committee? Because ethics committee has 5 important members. Who are there? Anyone? 5 important members in ethics committee. For completing quorum. Its core is a quorum. Anyone? Anyone has ever read? Yes. Please speak loud. Anyone? Okay. Okay, here is this one. Know them for you. This one is basic medical scientist. Second is clinician. Third is legal expert. Fourth is lay person. And fifth is social scientist or any other. There are certain options given. But these are the 5 members required to complete the quorum. And why? Why different point of view are required for functioning, for smooth functioning of ethics committee? Why you require legal person? From regulatory point of view, from legal point of view, if anything, they are aware that the product is not in Indian market. They can think about legal point of view whether legally we can have such type of the patient, such type of the trial, right? Exposure of the such type of the blood withdrawal or the analysis in India, right? Now, why we require lay person? Lay person should not have any medical end user. Yeah, that is the perfect word. End user is our available market people. They are going to utilize the product. So end users are always mostly are lay person, right? So from their point of view, they will care. अगर ये प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में है या तो क्लिनिकल ट्रायल का चलो मार्केट पे छोड़ दो फिर अगर ये क्लिनिकल ट्रायल हुआ तो वो पेशेंट्स को एनरोल कर रहे हैं स्टडी पेशेंट को क्या फायदा तो एक ये पर्सन बोल सकता है ना क्लिनिशियन का बोले कि अच्छा मुझे तो क्लिनिकल इन्वेस्टिगेटर ग्रांट मिल रही है एथिक्स कमेटी को एथिक्स कमेटी फीस मिल रही है लीगल को भी चलो लीगल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से मुझे तो कोई ग्रांट नहीं ये पर्सन व्हाट दे ये पेशेंट्स को क्या मिल रहा है फ्री मेडिकेशन मिल रहा है लेबोरेटरी टेस्ट फ्री में हो रहा है क्या आने जाने का खर्चा हो रहा है क्योंकि एक्चुअली में विजिट्स तो मंथ में 2 बार होती है लेकिन ये क्लिनिकल ट्रायल के लिए हम सेफ्टी ज्यादा मेजर कर रहे हैं वी आर डूइंग मोर सेफ्टी और सेफ्टी दैट्स व्हाट वी आर डूइंग वीकली विजिट्स so there should be travel paid reimbursement as well so all this covered or not they will think from the payment person right any question now if your trial is in Vadodara Banker Hospital and Sumandeep Hospital's ethics committee is required to be utilized can they utilize? If it is within 50 kilometers, they can utilize. But now the scenario is changed. There are certain incidents that have been already happened there if this committee is located in Sumandeep Hospital, do you have direct access to Banker Hospital, what they are doing, how they are enrolling patients, what are their data? You have daily oversight or oversee what we discuss. No, it is always recommended from sponsor point of view now that access committee should be of their particular institute, that particular clinical trial, getting an investigator institute only, not the other institute. But our regulations still say it is allowed within 50 kilometers of radius we can have. So from regulatory point of view, we are not wrong. But from the compliance point of view, now the question arising, so it is better to have institutional ethics committee to be utilized so that they have their own oversight, right? Again, for example, again, tomorrow Banker's Hospital has been taken care by another third person, and there's all the requirements get changed. Similarly, Sumandeep Hospital is now handover or has been taken care by another third person. Will they match? कि हमारे रेगुलेशन हमारे एथिक्स कमेटी ने आपको अप्रूव दिया था, now we are responsible for ethical oversight. Will their thoughts or their condition match? No, right? So these are the points we have to consider before taking care of such type of the approval. For the smaller trials, if the smaller size of the hospitals are there, clinics are there, super specialty hospitals are there, then it is used, but not for the or the multi-specialty hospital, right? Now the question is, the presence of each of the following persons is not mandatory to complete ethics committee quorum. The last one, the last four. Any of you please answer the green shirt. The green shirt, please answer. Presence of each of the following person is not mandatory to complete the ethics committee quorum. Medical scientist, clinician, legal expert, subject matter expert, called by ethics committee to explain some critical aspect of the trial, or lay person from the community. Who is not mandatory to complete the ethics committee quorum? A, B, C, D, or E? D, right. So why D? Why they are not mandatory? Why? If you have any pediatric trial or any geriatric trial, right? Your ethics committee might not have any pediatric, but there might be some different view, right? If your product is injectable, your product requires certain infusion, your product requires certain blood sample to be collected. You have to think from the pediatric point of view, and that can be given only by pediatric cell. For geriatric population, then for the that type of investigator for specific, right? If it's an HIV trial, there should be specialized only. They can think from their perspective, and that's why we have to invite them as a special expert, and that is for their opinion. They will not be voting for the approval. They will not be able to decide, but they will definitely give their opinion whether this trial is appropriate or not. That's why it is not mandatory to complete the ethics committee quorum. They are not mandatory, right? Because for the next trial, it is not mandatory to have no pediatric, no geriatric, it is adult simple trial. It is not mandatory to invite, right? Clear? Okay. Now another, the last yellow. As per new drugs and clinical trial rules 2019, the renewal of ethics committee registration must be submitted to licensing authority within 3 months before expiry, 90 days prior to expiry of registration, no requirement, or 1 year prior to expiry. A, B, C, D. D. And what madam you asked, it is already mentioned there, provided that if the application for renewal of registration is received by licensing authority 90 days prior to the expiry, the registration shall continue to be in force until the order is passed by said authority for such. It is clearly mentioned. So we don't have to. Now, EC for biomedical and health research. It is only a close reference. Okay, there was rule number 8, it is rule number 16. Remaining all the things are remain same. Only the number of the EC members, because we have mentioned is a minimum 7 here in the range of 7 to all the role and responsibility, functioning, registration, renewal process, all remain same for the likes clinical trial and DAD. The same is for biomedical and health. Okay, so I'm not repeating this. Now we have already discussed about ethics committee. Now we are discussing the clinical trial approval process. So as I mentioned, the approval will be taken by pharma companies or sponsor or the regulatory. So where they apply? They apply in CP04 forms and they will take 90 working days to provide you approval in CP06. Now, still it is deviating sometimes because there are so many applications in India and all these applications require subject expert committee review that CDSCO has to manage and those required to be completed in 45 days. After there are certain queries are there are certain suggestions are there, and those requirements are not fulfilled, and that's why it is difficult to have 90 days, but they are also trying their best to provide for the if your trial is perfect, there is no any query, you are getting approval within 90 days. And the best example you can see here, the data. Can you able to see from back side this graph? If you see in 2013, the approvals in a year was 60. If you see how it has been increased, and after 2019, after NDCT route, we have almost near to 300 approvals every year. In 2024 and 2025 as well, this overall market down globally for pharma industries for the new drug applications. That's why it's little bit down to 250 around. But if you see how if we improve the applications, it also improves the approvals, streamline the process, right? And that is our target. And that is, we are still planning to reduce timeline from 90 days to 60 days as of now. So that more the faster approval, with more number of clinical trials from overall world, we will have in India. So more business is going to come in India, right? Now, from academic point of view, if you don't in academic, you don't have any new chemical entity, right? Yes or no? Or you have new chemical entity? No, right? If you don't have new chemical entity, you require CDSCO approval or not? No, right? So only for academic trials and your products are where you are changing any indication, new route of administration or new doses or dosage form, you only require to take approval from practice. You don't have to go for the CDSCO. Then again, the condition they have mentioned the rule is your observations should not be come as a publication that will support marketing of the any of the product already there, right? Because I am changing the dosage form indication or for example paracetamol is used for the fever. I am also planning to apply along with the painkiller what how it is acting for diclofenac, ibuprofen, right? They are doing some different indication as well. Here you don't have to give it as a support or advertisement or marketing of all those products. That is also mandatory requirement. But do you think there is one registry? Anyone has any idea? There is one registry where all the trials required to be registered, if not through CDSCO, CTRI, right? Why we require? Because after the academic and clinical trial, why you require to go in CTRI register? If this committee approval area, na? Why require? पब्लिकेशन तो वैसे भी कर पाओगे ना जर्नल भी बहुत सारे जर्नल ऐसे भी अवेलेबल है आप ओनली पब्लिकेशन के चार्जेस दे तो पब्लिकेशन हो जाएगा गुड जर्नल्स ओके नाउ यू थिंक फ्रॉम द डेवलपमेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू अगर आपने कोई पर्टिकुलर ट्रायल लिया है राइट यू हैव डन वन ऑफ द ट्रायल then you have not registered a CTI. Now your next generation will come. They will again do the same plan because they are not knowing that this is already been done or not. So this registry is already a compilation of all the trials, all the research work is done in India for Indian population, so that you are aware that this type of the advancement or research work has been done on. And then only you will plan for the next level. If you are not aware that this type of the research work is done or not, you are definitely going to regret. Yes or no? If your product is, for example, Nirapital, and you are not knowing that what is the timeline for registrants of this Nirapital medication which is used for the oncology, and the trial is already happening, but it is not a CTI, then your junior will also repeat the same. It is a rework, right? And that's why CTI is most important. It is not only for the publication, it is not only for the CDSCO requirement or ethics committee registration. It is because one of the registry and compilation where it is publicly available. It is not that I will be able to access and you are will not. If you Google it, everyone can access from the secret. And I must tell you, in India it is very much less awareness. In other countries, their specific registry are used. If I have any of, for example, touch wood not, but if I have some onco-related disease and the existing treatment are not effective, then I will go for the research. Right? What are the new trials? In other countries, they are literally searching on their registry. Which are the new products coming in trials on by, so I can participate because I can get new exposure on that particular molecule because existing molecules are not effective. But in India, such awareness is not there. People will send on WhatsApp groups that my one of the relative parties, please let me know if any trial is on. Right? That is in India. But in other countries, they literally search on registry and they themselves go. Because the registry, the hospital names are also. They themselves go, they are this trial is on by I want to. So this is the difference, and this is why registry is important. And don't worry, by 2030, it is also going to be utilized the same like other. Now, again, last true or false. Academic trials is conducted for seeking approval of central licensing authority or regulatory approvals of any of country for marketing or commercial purpose. True or false? The right side, the middle. Anyone from there? True or false? They require CDSCO approval or not for academic trial? For academic trials. That is not for marketing. You require regulatory approval, yes or no? You require for academic trial. Is for marketing. That's why I am asking. If not for marketing, you require or not? It is not, right? And if for the marketing, it is required, right? So it's a typo. Okay. Now we have seen about the ethics committee. We have seen about the clinical trial approval. We have seen about the academic clinical trials. We have also seen what are the changes in 2024, 2022 amendments in LCP. Now, last but not the least, one topic is about compensation. Why compensation is important? Anyone? Why compensation is important? अगर आप बोलोगे तो हम 3 बजे कंप्लीट कर पाएंगे नहीं तो 3:30 4 5 बोलो जरा जोर से yes okay it is very good effort, thank you so much. Any other compensation why required? The risk is really important और risk के कारण क्या होगा? पार्टिसिपेंट इन्वॉल्व हो रहा है, वो ट्रैवल करके आ रहे हैं और ड्यूरिंग ट्रायल उनको क्या हो सकता है, एडवर्स इवेंट्स, राइट, और सीरियस एडवर्स इवेंट को हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन भी करना पड़ता है। हमें पता नहीं है ना ये प्रोडक्ट न्यू न्यू केमिकल इंटेंट है, क्या होगा क्या है, राइट, तो उसको कंपेंसेट करने के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा, देयर शुड बी सम इंश्योरेंस, who will take such insurance, who will take such insurance, बोलो बोलो, इट्स ओके, मेरा भी आपके जैसे ही कर, अभी सी इंश्योरेंस कौन लेगा, इन्वेस्टिगेटर, सीआरओ या एसएमओ, फार्मा, yes, the whoever has applied for the trial, the applicant has to pay. It is not only CRO or applicant, the applicant who has applied, they have to pay it, right? तो हमें आपके इंश्योरेंस कौन लेता है, तो पैदा किसने किया, भाई, ठीक है, लॉजिकल, ओके। नाउ यू विल से अबाउट, अभी हर एक एडवर्स इवेंट और सीरियस एडवर्स इवेंट है, बराबर, I will not go in detail कि what is adverse event or serious adverse event, that you can read it, देखिए अभी हर एक adverse event और serious adverse event का compensation में दूसरा yes और आपका इंश्योरेंस हर केस में पास होता है, yes और कौन से केस में नहीं होना चाहिए, that is also specified कि अगर आपका adverse event और serious adverse event है and if it is as per investigator causality assessment, if it is related to study medication, then only you are eligible for the either medication, that is medical management, or the compensation. If it is not related, क्योंकि अगर आपको रास्ते में कैसे भी ड्राइविंग करोगे, आपको एक्सीडेंट हो गया तो हॉस्पिटलाइज हुए, वो ऐसे ही हो गया तो आपको वो बाद में कंपेंसेशन थोड़ी ना मिलेगा, इट इज नॉट योर ड्राइविंग, राइट, द इन्वेस्टिगेटर विल डिसाइड whether it is related to the medication or not. It is not compulsory कि हर एक एक्सीडेंट केस में अप्लाई नहीं होगा, that is also not considered. Why? So some of the drugs or the medication which are in under trial having effect of hallucination or vertigo, right? Because of that also you might have such. That is going to be decided, analyzed by investigator. They will send the investigation report to ethics committee. अभी यहाँ पे ethics committee का रोल बहुत ऐड कर दिया। Investigation directly from investigator to regulator. अभी यहाँ पे ethics committee के रिस्पांसिबिलिटी बना है। Ethics committee has to analyze it, okay? And ethics committee has to calculate the compensation. There is a compensation formula, and according to formula, ethics committee has to calculate and send to the serious scope. They will again reanalyze it, and if it is agree, serious scope will send direct the notification to applicant. इसने ये clinical trial के लिए apply किया है, CRO भी हो सकते हैं, pharma भी हो सकते हैं, और they will give timeline of 30 days. 30 days में उनको उतना compensation देना है। और पहले क्या होता था? I give you the white t-shirt. Excuse me, do you have any important discussion? The important here is what happens earlier was कि compensation बोल देते थे लेकिन compensation स्टार्ट जाता भी नहीं, तो जाता था तो सीरियस ग्रुप के पास एक्नॉलेजमेंट नहीं है ना, उनको पता नहीं कि वो गया क्या नहीं। There should be always a cycle complete, right? आपने यहाँ ट्रेनिंग अटेंड किया है, आपको सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा तभी तो आपको पता चलेगा, मतलब प्योर प्रूफ कि आपने ट्रेनिंग किया है, वो सर्टिफिकेट होना चाहिए ना। Similarly, now serious case also ask when they are also following up once the compensation has been given to the patient or their relative. In case of their nominee as well, right? Their acknowledgement of the receipt. Otherwise, they will follow up for the incompleteness of the activity. Got it? Ready for one of the questions? Investigator needs to report all cases of SAA to licensing authority, sponsor, and ethics committee within 24 hours of its knowledge, within 24 hours of its occurrence, within 1 working day of knowledge, or within 1 working day of occurrence. What is mentioned? D. How many D? How many A? Okay. So, yes. So, indirectly both are okay. How? Then I will explain. But the correct answer is B. Is occurrence. But why it is A is also applicable? Because if investigator is not aware, उनको पता ही नहीं है कि ऐसे ही हुआ, कि पेशेंट आ रहा है 10 दिन के बाद और देन वो बता रहा है कि मेरे को हॉस्पिटलाइज हुआ था, मुझे तो ये हुआ, और मैं बताना भूल. In that case, it is within 24 hours of knowledge. But whenever investigator is referring to serious code to Supreme Court, there should be a description is mentioned that it was occurred 1 week before, but patient informed us yesterday, that is of date 27 of November, 28 of November, and we are reporting today based on the its knowledge within 24 hours of knowledge. So there will not be query from the serious. Right? Clear? Any doubt? Then, so as per the Indian regulation, any recording of informed consent process is needed in case of case B leprosy trial of new chemical agent. True or false? Very good. कौन को false बोल रहा है? आज ऊपर करो. हाँ, false बोल रहा है ना, तो why? अभी बोल. Why? Why false? बोलो. कहाँ बोलो? तो फेस 3 तो होगा ही ना. न्यू केमिकल एंटिटी है, तो उसका तो फेस 3 होगा ही ना. नहीं, वो तो उसमें सर फेस तो लिखा ही नहीं है एलिजिबिलिटी रूल्स. इफ यू आर डूइंग फेस न्यू केमिकल एंटिटी का ट्रायल, यू रिक्वायर एबी कंसेंट लिखी. मैंने वहां पे एक एग्जांपल दिया. So, in case of clinical trials of anti-HIV and anti-leprosy as well, not only anti-HIV, only audio recording is, क्योंकि वो पेशेंट्स की आइडेंटिटी कभी डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया, राइट. दे पेशेंट विल आल्सो नॉट अग्री, उनको लेप्रोसी है तो वो रेडी नहीं हो गए वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग के लिए. सेम इज फॉर द एचआईवी पेशेंट. तो इसीलिए व्हाट रेगुलेशन है मेंशन कंडीशन फॉर ओनली 2 इंडिकेटर्स. So that's why these are ICAP. Anti-HIV and anti-leprosy, only audio record, no audio and video. Video recording is not, and that if done, then it is eligible. Okay. Now for the schedules, I will not go in detail, but the only thing I would like to mention is ethics committee approval letter. That most of the things are, or most of the ethics committee are missing is this method of patient approval. It is very small. So the recruitment method, whether the recruitment will be done through OPD basis, IPD basis, whether the advertisement or how, that is not mentioned. But in the annexure of ethics committee approval letter in electricity group, it is mentioned. So we are following up with the ethics committee, and even the ethics committee who are aware, they are having such kind of training, they are mentioning. Many of the ethics committee are still missing. So this is really important to be remembered. Okay. That's it. Last question. Only last question. Sorry. What is investigational product refers to? Is study drug, comparator drug and placebo, or none of them? बी कितने बी बोल रहा है, कुछ हाथी ऊपर निकल रही है लेकिन बाहर. ए के लिए बोलो. ए तो बी सी कौन बोल रहा है? गुड. मतलब आप लोग जाग रहे हैं. दैट इज द कंक्लूजन. इट इज बी. बट व्हाई बी? एनीवन हैज आईडिया व्हाई बी? क्योंकि प्लेसेबो है, उसमें तो केमिकल एंटिटी नहीं रहेगा ना. तो व्हाई बी? प्लेसेबो, व्हाई बी कंसीडर प्लेसेबो एज एन इन्वेस्टिगेशन प्रोडक्ट? व्हाई? एनी आइडिया? रैंडम. लॉजिकल तो ब्लाइंडेड स्टडी है तभी प्लेसेबो यूज होगा राइट हाँ हाँ राइट और whenever there is no comparator available it will be called a placebo there are certain diseases where placebo is applicable to be compared rather than having any placebo and that is also approved by CDSCO. It is not required that it will not approve right mostly in the behavior studies or patient based PK study there many times there are placebos because it is not mandatory to have comparator available and in that case investigator compared to placebo investigator product compared to placebo is there such type of the scenarios are there so in that case placebo is also considered as the investigational product any question for me
Thank you, sir. I call upon Dr. Ronaksha, sir, to present certificate and memento to Dr. Ankit Dajis.
I would like to ask if any of the participants are interested in panel discussion because we have the speakers. All the participants, any of you are interested in panel discussion, we want to know your difficulties during clinical trial. It will be an open discussion because we have the speakers with us. We have PI, co-PI also. So any of the two students can come up so that they can discuss their problems during facing or doing having the clinical trials. Any of you can please come to the stage. Coming back, no? Or leaving?
क्वेश्चन आंसर का स्क्रीन है क्या? राखू ना हमने जो स्लाइड बनाई है ना ट्रेनिंग आने करेगा तो प्रेजेंटेशन को बंद कर दो ना है कर मैं डिलीट भी कर है हाँ Good.
कैसे लेना है क्या लेना है सब और जो देखते हैं बट वो लोग देखते और ये देखते हैं वो इसमें आप साइन करोगे वो दूसरे का आया इसमें सारा नहीं आएगा तो कैसे क्या थोड़ा स्पेशल पेपर रेडी नहीं रहते आजकल बात है अभी तक स्पेशल पेपर आपके इन्वेस्टिगेटर को मिला देते आप किसी नहीं करते हैं उसको लगता है कि स्पेशल पेपर है क्लियर भी कर सकते हैं वो फिर ऐसा ही कि पेपर का बहुत सारे ये अपने आप पढ़ना है कि कैसे वो सब चीजें और करा
ये अपन नाम लिख दो, क्या नाम है? अभी तो नहीं, ये तो हम कर नागपुरी लैपटॉप करो हाँ लैन के करना बरे 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 बरे